You good? We're on. Okay. I am going to call to order the June 15th, 2021 work session for the Tipp City Schools Board of Education, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Melanie, do you want to call roll?
Joellen Heatherly is going to be in Zoom.
Yep, she's joining via Zoom, but you still call her for roll.
Joellen Heatherly,
Here.
Corinne Dahl,
Here.
President Dunaway,
Present?
Simon Patry,
Here.
and Zakor.
Here. So you say all present and accounted for.
All present and accounted for.
We have a quorum.
We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Melanie. Okay, so now we are looking for approval of the agenda, item C. Looking for a motion in a second.
I'll move.
I'll second. Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Dunaway. Ready for the roll, Melanie?
Can I make one
I'd like
suggestion?
to add something to the agenda if we could.
Oh, hang on one second. Hang on one second, Joelle and Mrs. Stefanik, go ahead.
I can pull item 3A
Okay,
because in my research through the board policy, this board already put this policy in action in 2018.
okay,
So there's no need for a first read. Neola put out like an emergency release and said, this needed to be done in June, but those are for districts that didn't have it. And so since we already have it, there's no need to go through the first read and second read process.
okay. Is everybody good with that? Is anybody?
I still would like to discuss that.
Okay,
Okay.
so we can discuss it since it's already under
Yeah,
discussion items.
it just doesn't
We don't
need to be
have
a
to
first
read
read.
it. Yeah, we don't have to read it. We can just discuss it.
Yeah.
Mrs. Heatherly, did you have something?
Yes, but I think since I'm not exactly sure what the executive sessions are about, I think I'd like to move it for after the executive session. It's old business from our last meeting. I'm not sure how to even put it on the agenda. I guess I'm requesting that we reconvene after executive session if there's an additional topic to talk about or action.
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about. Did you reach out to Mr. Stefanik ahead of time?
Yes, because I'm not exactly sure what the executive sessions are about. So I guess
Okay,
after executive session, if there's something that we need to add to the agenda, I guess we'll come back into session and talk about adding it then.
I don't know what you're referring to. So whatever you and Mr. Stefanik spoke about, I'll rely on Mr. Stefanik's expertise because I can't answer your question. I don't know what we're discussing.
If
I
there's
apologize.
just for the good of the order, if there is an action that could be conceivably need to be taken by the board following an executive session, I think it would be appropriate to do that. And so I think the thought I have is that when we go into executive session, we don't define whether we expect action to be taken. And then when we reconvene, if there's an action taken, once we deliberate in the public meeting, then we can do that.
Do you have any input, Mr. Stefanik, on your discussion with Mrs. Heatherly from earlier to guide this or?
No,
Okay.
Joellen, do you want to add an old business item?
No, since I have, I'm only speculating what I suspect the executive sessions to be. It's hard for me to then add an agenda item. So I guess I'll concur with what Simon is saying, which is we may or may not come back into session after executive session and take action.
Okay, we'll just,
And if there's no opportunity to talk about it or it's not appropriate to talk about it, then I'll add it to the agenda of our next meeting.
okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else for item 1C, approval of agenda? Okay, we're ready for a roll, Melanie.
Okay. Corinne Dahl,
Yes.
President Dunaway,
Yes.
Joellen Heatherly,
Yes.
Simon Patry,
Yes.
and Zakor.
Yes.
Great, motion carries. The agenda is approved. Moving on to new business 2A, resignations. Recommend approval to accept the following resignations as per the agenda. Looking for a motion and a second.
I move.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Dowell. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to congratulate Coach Bruce Cahill on a wonderful career and his retirement. He's been a phenomenal asset to this community and the school district, the baseball team. And then I'd like to thank everybody else who's on this list for their service.
I agree.
Anybody else? Ready for the roll, Melanie?
Right, and Zakor,
Yes.
Corinne Dahl,
Yes.
Teresa Dunaway,
Yes.
Simon Patry,
Yes.
Joellen Heatherly.
Yes.
Motion carries. Melanie, so what, just for point of order, you always do who made the motion, who did the second, and then you do alphabetical.
Okay.
So,
Does it do that automatically on your
yeah,
program?
so it does the person who motioned and the person who second, and then whoever's left alphabetically. So.
Okay.
It'll take time. We'll help you, you know, and I lose count because I'm doing this and doing that, but we'll all work together.
Thank
We're
you.
gonna get through this. This is good. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
so they don't put them in a.
Yeah, no problem at all. Item 2B, administrative new hire. Recommend approval of the following administrative staff for the 2021-2022 school year pending proper certification and paperwork. Looking for a motion and a second.
I'll move.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dowell and Mrs. Zakor. Is there any discussion?
Just a minute.
Oh, go ahead.
I got here. We're on 2B, correct?
Yeah, 2B, motion by Mrs. Dowell, seconded by Mrs. Zakor.
Be quick on this.
It's okay.
Big vote. So we're ready for the vote?
No, that was your
I got-
discussion.
Discussion.
So we motioned in second, so now is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
Welcome.
I can make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Swan.
Excited to recommend Diane Voris to come in as the middle school principal. Excited that we have an experienced middle school principal who came highly recommended and impressed the administrative teams that, or excuse me, the interview teams that interviewed her. And so we're excited to welcome Diane to Tipp City.
That's wonderful. Okay, Melanie, ready for the vote?
Corinne Dahl,
Yes.
and Zakor,
Yes.
President Dunaway,
Yes.
Joellen Heatherly,
Yes.
Simon Patry.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item C, recommend approval of the following certified classified staff for employment for the 2021-2022 school year, pending proper certification and paperwork as per the agenda. Looking for a motion and a second.
I'll move.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Zakor. Is there any discussion? Seeing that there's none, we're ready for a vote, Melanie.
Corinne Dahl,
Yes.
and Zakor,
Yes.
President Dunaway,
Yes,
Simon Patry,
Yes.
Joellen Heatherly.
you're good, you're good.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item D. Recommend approval of the following job description as per the agenda, which we are now getting paperwork for a Chromebook support specialist. I'll make the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and second by Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Dahl. Is there any discussion? And just take a second, everybody, to read this since we're seeing it for the first time. So just give me a second here.
I'd be interested in knowing who collaborated and created it.
Me. The job description or the handout?
The job description.
Job description was worked through with Brad, Steve, and the tech department. And the handout, we had some follow-up questions about the organizational structure in the tech department. Is this person going to be housed in a home building? What's the contracted days and what's the contracted proposed salary? And so that was the information I just passed out. Got behind on email responses, and so instead of emailing, I figured I'd just give a handout at today's meeting, since it wasn't a lengthy document.
Does anybody have any questions?
Brad can help too with questions if any come up.
I guess, and obviously I'm ignorant to our IT needs beyond what I understand and what's presented in these meetings, but we've got 3 positions: Brad, Bush, Deb Baker, a vacant position that we need to hire for, and then this potential proposed Chromebook specialist. I think that the job description makes sense to me. I guess what I'm thinking is that we want to limit it specifically to Chromebooks and not maybe open the possibility of other job duties depending on the ebb and flow of the work requirements. Like, I don't know if this is going to be something that satisfies full-time attention or not. And if we add additional duties and make it a support specialist versus Chromebook specialist, we can use them for other aspects of our IT needs. And then if they don't perform, then we have that job description that coincides with their failure to perform outside of Chromebooks. So I think that's my only thought to this, is that I think it makes sense. I think we need it. Obviously, we're struggling with the IT portion of it, but I get a little, I guess, nervous, for lack of a better phrase, to just put it just Chromebook. Now, if you guys think, no, man, that's how many, we get 100 Chromebook requests a day, then I'll shut up. But just thinking out loud with everybody, maybe want to open it up to the possibility of other things. That way we don't have people remote learning that we might not need them as much, and they can do other stuff.
If I may, the idea behind that position is to primarily be Chromebook. That would be their main duty. They would be housed in a building, but also they would help out when they aren't doing Chromebook repairs or helping out with the Chromebook with a student or a staff member. Then they would be doing help desk tickets for the district or for their building. Unfortunately, we can't just have one person doing just one position, one duty, and not be open to other duties as deemed necessary. Is kind of the way that I look at it. The Chromebook is just that's what the main part of their position would be, their big responsibility, and then they would also help out the rest of the department as needed. Because it's really hard also, just like you're pointing out, that, in the tech end of the world, you never know what's going to happen that given day. So you might have a lot of other issues and no Chromebook issues at all that we need help on. So that individual would also be doing other duties just beyond that in the department.
Yeah, I think from the summary on the job description that was included in the board docs, it says the employee in this position is responsible for maintaining information technology hardware and associated services. This includes Chromebooks, software applications, and associated technology and services in the district schools. This role also provides professional technology customer service to staff and students on a help desk. I see Simon's point about specifically titling it Chromebook. I think that maybe helps when people are trying to find out if they want it, if they're interested in applying for a job too. They read that job title and that kind of, well, I think I have enough skills that I need to apply, or this is out of my realm. So I'm comfortable with that title.
Well, I was looking at it, and I opened it up again because my understanding was the way you two described it. That was my understanding. And so I went in, and there are some bullet points under essential duties and responsibilities that talk about other areas. And so, maybe calling it a tech support specialist, and then maybe a parenthetical thing at the end, you put Chromebook.
Emphasis on Chromebook.
Emphasis on Chromebook repairs or something like that. But then it shows all those bullets down here that says software, hardware, work with the team when, there's tech issues that cause for more than one, be a building-based support person. All that stuff is in the description. And so the title just might need
Maybe like
a revision.
a student technology support specialist.
I just think IT,
Mhm.
yeah, sorry, go ahead, Kurt.
Well, that's what I was just thinking, that kind of opens up that they're primarily gonna assist student devices.
Right.
But just like the summary says it, you do what, your tech coordinator, Mr. Bush, needs you to do.
Right, yeah, my thought was just the description would be IT support specialist. And then the other thing I was gonna point out is that I don't see anything related to minimum qualifications or preferred qualifications. Like, do they need any certifications or, educational requirements? There's nothing like that listed here.
Or years experience working with Chrome or whatever. It kind of helps people know they've got the skills you're looking for.
So Brett, I have a question. So
Yes,
this
ma'am.
year, we had somebody at the middle school kind of filling in and doing this. It
Mhm.
wasn't really on a, 8 to noon or noon to 3, or it was just kind of a,
Correct.
I'll just say, as needed basis.
Mhm.
So how many hours a day did that person do that position and how did that work?
That person also had another position
Correct,
that they did
right.
in the morning, basically. And then once they got that position or that job duty done, then they worked with us the rest of the day. They also were pivotal in collection and some other things too. It wasn't enough hours, is what I could say.
So it was maybe 3 hours a day?
Give or take.
Give or take,
Probably on certain days more,
okay.
and other days, because of the other duties, not as much as was needed. If you look at it this way, we have given every staff member a laptop, every teacher a laptop this year, which was not previously, and also, all of our students, for the most part, have a device also that they're
Except for
using.
Nevin, Collins.
Except for Nevin.
So we're
but
almost a one-to-one.
we all almost, we are working right now. Deb Baker has been really instrumental this summer getting together carts for Nevin. So we will have more Chromebooks into that building in a cart format, because that helps the teachers out a little bit more in talking to the staff there. That's really what they were looking more for at the moment.
So there's definitely a need for, let's just say 3 hours a day, round it up to 4. It was a half-time position. So there's definitely a need for full-time.
Yes.
When did that arrangement start last year with that kind of 3 to 4 hours a day position?
It, maybe late fall, possibly.
Okay, so we
I'd have
kind
to go
of,
back and look, though, to be honest with you, off the top of my head, I don't remember.
so let's just say it was October. So that person did that job 3 to 4 hours a day from October to May. We're just rounding. And so the data, which we haven't seen, but just verbally speaking this out, that data said, this is not enough. We definitely need full-time.
Yes.
Okay.
How long has there been a vacant position?
Was that the April board meeting?
I don't
It
know.
was Eve Ruckers.
Oh, okay, so that's
Maybe
recent.
April?
That's recent.
Yeah,
Okay.
It was like
okay.
April.
Yeah, April and May.
Okay.
April 26th meeting?
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Anybody have any other questions or anything?
So are we going to look at changing the title to, it sounds like we're expanding the position so it's more generic with maybe a specialization in Chromebook or portable technology management? Are we changing the
Whatever-
title? I mean, based on this
Whatever
discussion,
Mr. Bush and
the
Mr.
outcome.
Whatever you two do.
Yeah, the actual job description piece would probably stay the way it is. But yeah, we'll look at the title. So it's not just Chromebook specific, that it actually encompasses some of the other bullet points in the job description.
I think Mr. Patrick had a good point about minimum requirements.
Oh, yeah, those have to be added for the
Yes.
posting. Yes,
That has to be listed on the consortium, right? When you,
yes.
yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Just for the good of the order, Ms. Fox, I think you're accidentally placing your minute notes into the subject heading of the actual new business item 2D. When I refreshed, it popped up.
I'm glad you refreshed.
Under comments down here. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Melanie, we're ready for a vote.
Are we, point of clarification, are we ready to vote or are we gonna?
Well, I said, is there any more discussion? So nobody said anything.
Um,
Well, I'd recommend that we bring it back to the board meeting and add it to the agenda to approve pending the recommendations that were discussed just now.
I would move,
Approve
I would move
something.
to table it, yeah. I would move to table until the next meeting when we have the revised description and the qualifications added.
Well, the qualifications will be on the Dayton Consortium because you have to do that when you post a job. And the job title, if Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Bush want to just put that in the Friday board update, everything else is going to be the same.
I guess I'm not comfortable approving a board or a position description that doesn't identify the minimum requirements of qualifications in the final position title.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, no, understood,
All right.
understood. Well, then your vote would reflect your decision. Does that make sense? Because we've
Wait a
already,
minute. I would agree with what he's saying. My question is there an urgency that we have to approve this tonight?
I think anytime we can approve on the front end so we can get started with posting helps us so that we can get the candidate pool developed and interviews completed and the process done. You know, I think what I'm hearing is that the biggest part of the job description, you know, is fine. We will look at some of the other job descriptions in the tech department to be able to find qualifications that are very similar, you know, to some of the other tech positions. And so it won't be something that, you know, we have to recreate the wheel and then we'll put a more inclusive title on the top. I think, again, the meat of it, what the person's going to be doing is accurate in the bullet points in the current job description. Retitling it, I'm not sure that needs a delay.
I would appreciate you just putting like the new title in a Friday board update, just so we have it.
Yeah, I can even beat the Friday board update. I could send it out,
Yeah,
you know,
whenever.
as soon as we decide on it tomorrow.
And the job requirements shouldn't be that much different than what Deb does or what the vacant position does, because they're all
Have done,
text.
yes.
I guess I'll just restate that I don't understand how I can approve a job description that doesn't state the qualifications required. So like, that gives me a sense of compensation and everything else. And so
The compensation right here, Simon.
I understand that, but I don't understand what qualifications are required.
Do you
Would-
have
would
access
Brad
to
like to
current
would Brad
text
like-
job requirements that you could maybe share with Mr. Patry?
I don't know where they are
Brad like to move
electronically.
this to the end of the meeting? Would Brad like to work this while we're in executive session? Come back, we vote at it at the end of the meeting?
Well, we have a motion in a second. We've discussed it. We're still discussing it. It's either going to pass or fail. If it fails, we'll deal with it. If it passes, we're good to go. That's why we vote.
I don't agree with how this is going.
That's
I
okay.
wanna vote on
That's why we're
something-
voting.
Well, I feel like you're pushing us into a vote, Teresa.
I'm not pushing it. There's 5 people here and we're a majority. We make decisions by a majority. We have a motion and a second. We're doing discussion. And if there's no further discussion, we're going to vote. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Patry made his point. You've made your point. I fully understand both of your views. Right? No problem.
Well, I'd like to
Further
offer
discussion, we're going to vote.
another solution.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Another solution would be to move this to the end of the agenda. And if Brad wants to go and add those items and bring it back for the vote at that time, that's.
If the majority of the board is ready to vote, then we don't need to do that, Joel. And that's why we vote, to decide what the majority of the board feels. Mrs. Zakor, did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. So if I understand this correctly, the salary is fixed with that range. Is that correct, Mr. Stefanik?
Yes, it is arranged for the.
So that's going to stay fixed.
Yeah.
There is a fairly immediate need for the position. Is that correct? Why you want to move forward in getting this posted?
There's a more immediate need to get the process started. The length of the person's contract, there is a couple of weeks, here over the summer where the person doesn't work. So their starting date is a little bit off, but to actually get the job posting out there and get the processes started, that's more the urgency.
Okay, and the job title may shift a little bit. You may change that so it's not specifically Chromebook support specialist.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, Simon's suggestion of IT support specialist makes sense.
Okay, duties and responsibilities are fairly fixed. And then, so the qualifications, is there anything that prohibits us from approving this now and then adding the qualifications when you advertise for the position?
I don't think there's a drop dead prohibition, no, but it's right. When we put it on the consortium, we will have the essential skills and duties, and then we will have the qualifications piece. And what I've done is a lot of people here have presented to me job descriptions, and it's not quite 21st century. The job descriptions have been given to me in paper. And so I just haven't accessed job descriptions online. So I can't go right now and just grab one. Brad, do you know where they are?
Yes.
Electronically?
I have them right now, and I can email them to you all, or I can print them out and bring a copy.
Email's fine, save paper.
Yeah, and then Jovellen's at home, so that'll
Yeah.
help her.
Yep, thank
Do
you.
email, saves paper.
So,
So
my-
Brad,
my-
can you just,
Go ahead, Ann. Go ahead.
can
so
Brad just suggest what he's thinking of a minimum expectation as far as qualifications?
can I finish my comments, please, Joellen? I just asked Mr. Stefanik a question, but I didn't mean to relinquish the floor yet. So, sorry, lost my train of thought here. The thing I guess I wanted to say, and I'm making an assumption, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is June 15,
Yes.
and we're getting closer to a new school year. And so I would assume there is some element of urgency in terms of getting candidates, the best qualified candidates
Yes.
selected.
Yes, getting all processes going so we can
Getting
get the best candidates. We've got several processes that are at the starting point, and we're going to have a lot of, different interview sessions going on. So the faster we can get it posted, then this one can get on, a timeline so that we can start the interviews as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Just a follow-up question here is that, Mr. Bush, do you think you'd be able to get the minimum requirements and qualifications required for this job description put together before the end of our meeting this evening?
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't you just email it to us?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
emailing what we currently have in a
Great.
technology support specialist position,
Thank
and
you.
that's what we would have on this one also.
Okay. And so I guess my question is that, and I think maybe we don't need to wait, but I have a difficult time approving a job description, creating a new job description that doesn't identify the qualifications. So if you're indicating we have those, couldn't we just update the job description to our current file to review and approve with that qualification versus approving something without any minimum qualifications requirements?
I can do whatever you all would like me to do.
But we've already said, I'm very confused because the only thing we're changing is the title. The job description is the same. Am I wrong?
There's a difference, I guess, just
I mean,
to
I'm trying to
clarify
understand.
to clarify my statement is it's not the job description that I'm having an issue with. It's the fact that there aren't any minimum qualifications or requirement like bachelor's degree or certifications in Microsoft, whatever.
Understood. Because we don't see that because they put that into the date consortium. So I understand what you're saying.
Well, that would be in every single job description we have.
Yes.
Right.
And it's not present in this one. And
Right. So
what
future,
Joellen has suggested makes sense to me, is if it's not going to be a lengthy process and we can get it added to the description today, we can approve it and meet the timing requirements with that in there.
So
So,
rather than
for future,
email Brad, can you just tell us what you recommend? Like 2 years prior, technical experience preferred, or, you know, associate degree preferred, or can you come up with some sort of statement that gives you a little bit of wiggle room so that you are attracting, you know, you're casting a wide enough net, but you're attracting qualified candidates? Rather than email that, can you just tell us what you would recommend? Could it be similar to what our other IT support folks have as far as their minimum qualifications?
Yes, it would match what we currently have for our technology support specialists. The minimum qualifications we have there are high school diploma or equivalent associate degree is preferred. Technical experience in a school system is preferred but not required. Demonstrated experience in network systems, computing and keyboarding skills, and then technology vendor verification is preferred.
Okay.
So Brad, I appreciate that, and for future reference, not that this is gonna happen again, because we're filling 2 positions, but just because we don't, as a board, we don't see what you guys put into the consortium. So if you could just put that at the bottom, I mean, we're all learning, it's our first time, we're just creating a new position. That way that eliminates having this conversation, you know, again, so I appreciate that. And then once you do it on this, then it's pretty much a boilerplate and we're good to go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, you're okay. Hey, this is new. We're first time doing it. We're all working together. So thank you for your efforts. That's great.
Thanks, Brad. That was really quick the way you pulled that up. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
We're good.
Okay, ready for a vote, Melanie?
President Dunaway?
Did I make the motion?
I have Dunaway and Dahl.
Okay, that was so long ago. Okay, yes. We were discussing this for quite a while. Yes.
Okay. So President Dunaway,
Yes.
Crandall,
Yes.
Joellen Heatherly,
Yes.
Simon Patry,
No.
Vice President Zakor.
Yes. Motion carries. Discussion items, 3A, blended learning. We do not need to do a first read. We did that in 2018. Looking for a motion and a discussion on this, or a motion and a second.
I'll move.
I'll second. Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Dunaway. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because I'm sure our community is wondering what their schooling options intend to be in the fall. So do you have any intentions of offering a blended learning, or are we just doing traditional model of schooling in the fall?
Where we are is in order to have options, the district has to have a blended, well, you have to have one of 4 ODE options in place because there has not been yet an extension approved by the legislature for straight remote learning. And so there are 4 options that ODE had before the pandemic that offered individualized learning options. And so you have to declare which of the individualized learning options you're going to use. And 2 of the options are very restrictive. And so you target a specific group, say the students with attendance issues or students that need credit recovery. They're very restrictive, and so we can't offer that to the whole district. And so we're down to 2 options. One of them is credit flexibility, and the other one is blended learning. And after checking, blended learning gives us the most options. So by July 1, you have to have a board policy in place to qualify or to define blended learning. And then you have to put a declaration document into ODE by July 1. And so since we have the policy, I can do the declaration statement and send it to ODE for blended learning. Now that gives us an option of remote learning. What we're doing right now is we've got an open survey to the PLP families. And right now we have about a 25% response rate. But in that response rate, we only have 10% of the respondents saying that they want to continue with remote learning. Wow. So that creates a very small N number.
That is small.
And so we have to decide whether or not for that small of a number, we provide a remote learning option, or we, as a district, or if we look and ask folks to find their own remote learning option if that's what they want to go with. We want to leave the survey open a little bit longer. And then we've got Mr. Bush checking on some third-party systems if we get a bigger number. And we also have been invited by Montgomery County ESC that they're doing a more of our remote learning type plan with live stream classes, and they're offering it up as like a consortium to multiple school districts. And so we were notified last week that Miami County is in that invitation group. So if our students would go there, they would maintain Tipp City school status, but then we would buy a seat, in the ESC's computer program. So we're going to monitor numbers, see if we do it ourselves. 3 options: do it ourselves, offer some third-party options to a small group of families, or ask the families to make their choice of remote learning or in-person learning, and hope to have that data finalized by the June meeting, and then we can finalize our offerings to our families.
Are we talking about
Thank you.
less than 30 families?
Right now, the response rate is, the end number is 11.
Wow, that is, wow.
Yeah.
I thought 24 would be low. I said 30. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, but again, we have a quarter of the people responded so
Right.
far.
And
so
it's
if they're-
summer and people are busy and so,
Yeah. But if some of the responses are, oh, we're definitely just coming back, we're done with remote learning, and they don't respond, we don't know that. So we're gonna send out a reminder to get more people to try to respond.
Can we do one calls for that? You know how we do one calls?
Yeah, we could, that's a good idea.
I mean, do a one call, because I feel like in the summer,
Yeah.
you might not have your email, but you always have your phone because you're doing things with your family and kids.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea.
Do you have a deadline on the response rate?
We did put a deadline initially, but I think what I'll do now, so we can
For your one call.
make a recommendation by the 28th, that I'll put a deadline on it when I do the one call.
Yeah, good idea. Okay.
So
And-
Mark, are you in discussion with other superintendents from Miami County, and are they giving any indication how they're leaning?
I don't have the numbers, but I heard that Troy was focusing on continuing their setup in Troy. And what they did there is they designated specific teachers as remote teachers. And then the other teachers were in-person teachers. And I heard they were going to continue that, but I have not heard what their numbers are as they're rolling from this school year into the next. But several superintendents at the meeting, when they heard about the Montgomery County invitation, they said if their numbers stay low, that they might have to investigate that to provide an online option to their families.
Any other discussion? Melanie, ready for a vote?
Vote.
What? Oh, sorry.
Well, see, that's what when we started, I
Yeah, we did
changed
do
it
a
to
vote.
take action, but we're not taking action.
Yeah, we did do a motion in a second, didn't we?
Yeah.
To open it for
So then I
discussion.
need to
Yeah.
change that, don't I?
Yeah,
I apologize.
because my brain is
Jumped ahead.
doing this and helping you and thinking about what you're doing, and I'm trying to do way too many things at once.
So it's not
Yeah. Just discussion.
information discussion.
I probably confused you, didn't I? You're like, whoa, what the heck?
That's what I asked for. Okay, that's gone. So you send my notes.
You good? Okay, you good? Yep. Awesome, okay. Discussion item 2B, which is the communication agency contract. So Mr. Stefanik, that's you?
Yes. Just wanted to let the board know in public session that I have started working with a communication agency. The communication specializes in, their name actually says crisis communications. Luckily, we have kind of an information flow and multiple topic type of communication crisis. We don't have a crisis as in an emergency at one of our school buildings or a traumatic event, with our students or staff. But at the same time, we've got multiple topics out there being circulated. We've got some folks, sharing some I'll call it opinions, but sometimes they feel like they're stating them as facts or their beliefs, and they come out being stated as facts. And so I'm using the communication agency as a consult, to help us address that. We also have a pretty high number of public records requests, and we're finding that we're behind in responding to some of those, but at the same time, we're finding that some of our responses to our responses create some more, either work or emotions. And so we're just working through all these, the multi-layered process, and this agency has a lot of experience. They come recommended by OSBA, and so we have started. They're analyzing, our communication status, or our communication, like it's not the benchmark, but it's the starting point for their work and their recommendations on the types of communications that we use to address the situations that are out there.
How is this different than Liz?
It actually, they work in partnership with communications directors. A lot of times our communications directors are there. They do promotional work and answer some questions. Right now we have, again, multifaceted and multi-layered situations. And so I wanted this outside lens on the district to see what else we can do. Right now they're in a consultants phase with this contract. If we get to a point where we utilize their services, too much more, then we might get to a contract level that requires me to bring it here for board approval. But at that point, we'll also have data on what their plan of action was, or their recommendations, how we put those in play, and if they helped us address some of the concerns that are being presented to us. And one of the first situations that we worked on and we're getting ready to address the situation is the mold situation at Broadway. We did have that pop up. There was some concern out in the community. So as we got the report, they're actually giving us some ideas on how to present that report to the community. And so they're helping. They're working with Liz and me to make sure that the appropriate information is out there, but any confidential information that would be part of that report doesn't get communicated.
How much are we spending on this?
Right now, it's there's a limit on this first contract of maximum of $5,000. And what crisis exists that necessitates this service specifically? Well, specifically, we've got a lot of information and a lot of concerns that are out there, and then it's putting a strain on the work at the central office or the district office, and so we're trying to figure out a way to address questions, concerns, in the best manner, so that we can get back to positive outlook for the district, the more typical, work scenarios at the district office, so that we can make sure we're addressing the work of the district, rather than the hours we're spending on responding to concerns, questions that we aren't responding to effectively.
So I guess I'm not aware of any school district crises or information out there beyond concerns that really pertain to the Board of Education itself and its constituents. And so if the things that we are spending money, school district money on, are to fix the perception of constituents of this Board of Education as the primary use of this consultant, I would just share that I have some pretty meaningful reservations about that. And I've got some pretty meaningful reservations about consultants altogether. The use of them, I think, it has to be limited and in only very unusual circumstances or limited circumstances where they provide a benefit that lies outside our expertise. Here we have a full-time position dedicated to this very topic. And so I'm not sure, why it makes sense to use a consultant. And I'm not sure that whatever this consultant suggests is going to fix the public's perception. So I guess I just want to share that thought in this discussion here for your consideration.
I want to share that I am grateful that you have acknowledged that we have to communicate something, because I've had a great phone call with a community member once who told me everything you do, whether you're communicating or you're not communicating, communicates. And we have an excellent communication person who does a full-time job just communicating our day-to-day educational things, and she takes care of graduations, and she helps us with all the other normal daily school activities. And it's probably getting to be a lot for just one person between 5 different campuses and doing all of that. And I think when we say we've had some issues, that we need help communicating good information, and we need help communicating it in a way that is responsible and truthful and open and invites our community to know what's going on. And if we have to use a consultant to help us do that, because we're not communications, all of us, we're not communications experts. And when we say it's time now to look towards a consultant, I think that shows a step in leadership, because you have to know when we need help to do something. And then you have to pursue the help, and then you have to engage the help, and then you have to execute the help. And I think it's an appropriate time. We need a lot of things that we have to communicate really clearly to our community. And there are times to employ consultants. It's, in my opinion, a little bit cheaper than actually going out and hiring somebody, because now you've got all the associated costs of having an employee. When if you have a scope of work specifically that you want done, and you can have a consultant come in and do it for a much cheaper rate than it would be to hire somebody, consultants make sense a great deal of times.
Well, to speak to both comments, we also found that as questions, concerns, issues were presented to the district office, that we were contacting Helen more often than we had been. And Helen has worked with this communications firm in the past. And so she recommended what they could do. And so for communications needs, now we can work through the consultant rather than through our board council, to try to assist things. Mr. Patry, to address one of your concerns, this consultant is working with me. He's not working for the board. He's working with me. And so the things that they feel, need to be addressed, they're going to make those recommendations to me. And then between Ms. Robbins, myself, and the consultant, we'll figure out, what kind of communications need to be shared with the community to meet the questions or the needs that they have.
I just want to emphasize that it's not the school district's job, nor is it appropriate to spend school district money to fix the political perception and view of the public of its public body.
I'll give an example. I think about the time I moved here, maybe shortly right after, there was one of our districts, our neighboring districts, which are, right close to us, had kind of a similar situation where I think, and I could be a little wrong on some of the details, but they tried to pass a levy, I'll say twice, wasn't passing. Got a new superintendent in there. Community just wasn't buying in. So they hired a firm. I have no idea which one, but it sounds something similar to what you presented tonight. And within 6 months, everything changed. Like, this agency did a great job of getting the right information out, the correct information out. They were able to pass a levy, successfully on the first try. So I think a lot of times, you being a new superintendent coming into a new district, we did have a couple of issues that bubbled up this year. And to Corinne's point, which she has brought up before, when you don't communicate with your community, that's communicating. And sometimes that's the worst. But you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, because one thing we don't want to do as a school is get into the weeds, because at the end of the day, we're here for kids. We're here to educate kids, staff and students. That's our focus. All these other things kind of take our time away from, what you're supposed to be focusing on. And one thing I have heard repeatedly over the 6 years is we have an unusually, especially for a district our size, we have an unusually high amount of public records requests. It is quite a bit. And if they can give you any insight into that, and we can kind of get to root cause on that, that would be amazing. I'm not going to speak for Mr. Bush, but I know Mr. Stevens spent quite a bit of time on that. I'm sure Brad does. It's taking away from the core duties. So.
Yes, I have some comments as well. It's what's happened in our community, to me, is almost like it's been an insidious, growing to be a pervasive, systemic cancer. It's infecting and spreading. And public records requests, one example, it is of course everybody's right to utilize public records requests. It's there for a purpose, a very good purpose. But if it's turning into a perpetual fishing expedition, just hoping with that next record request, you're going to get something juicy and good. You're going to get something to, really prove the point. To me, that motivation is a problem, because to me, that's a motivating process that says, I don't have trust. I don't have confidence in the people that are leaders here. And to me, understanding where that distrust is starting to really, the real core nidus of how it got started, whether it's statements at board meetings, perpetuating whistleblowing on people, or whether it's perpetuating that, allegations that don't really ever come to fruition. I think it's a comprehensive sort of look at the different systems, what's going on, and heal it. Because I have lived here many decades. I've never seen anything like this. And I'm very unafraid to take issues on, to own them, to talk about them, to address them, to pursue them. I'm unafraid to do that. I've done it on multiple levels. And my integrity, so much has been impugned that is so offensive to me because of how hard I've worked throughout my life before I even got onto this position. And so I think there is definitely a communication breakdown. I think people that want to have faith and want to believe in the district are yearning for that response, yearning for that understanding, yearning to make sense of things. And so I commend you, Mr. Stefani. I think it's what's been happening here is undeniable. And I think it's great leadership to look at it and try to improve the situations.
Any more discussion? Real quick, before we move on to item C, Simon, if you could pass that down to Mr. Stefanik. Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. If Mr. Stefanik, if you could open that front page, I was signing contracts, and one of those contracts doesn't match up with item new business 2C. So I don't know if that was intentional or unintentional. I highlighted it. Was it intentional?
To not match up? No,
Okay, because that thing I highlighted is not on our,
it's not supposed to be.
okay, that's what I wanted to
Yeah.
know. That's all I needed. Okay, no problem.
Okay, it's not supposed to be.
Yeah, what, you're in charge of hiring it out. Okay.
That was a late revision, so.
Okay, that's fine.
A late,
When I get the contracts, I try to always like, not just sign them blindly, but actually pay attention. Okay, item 3C, discussion item, which is board development training contract. So Mr. Stefanik, go ahead. And I'll take that folder back so I can finish signing.
It is
Thank you.
the end of a school year. And at the end of the school year, very much like we tell the graduates at graduation, it's the end of a year, but immediately you begin planning for the future. And so at the end of a year, a lot of times there are professional development activities that occur throughout the school district. And I would like to propose a board development training to look at our efficiencies, to look at our consensus building skills, our alignment with district administration and the school board. And I have an excellent resource. It's a gentleman that I've had the privilege to work with off and on for the last 20 years.
Wow.
He's got as much, if not more, school law experience than Ms. Carroll does. He's got a standing slot at the OSBA conference for over 30 years. You try to get into his sessions.
Celebrity.
Oh, yeah. You try to get into his sessions and they're packed. It's standing room only because he's got that much the knowledge about school district operations and school law.
Awesome.
So he has given me some times that he is available. He says that to make it effective, he believes it needs to be a 3 or a 4 hour session.
One time
That you
or
thought I was-
multiple times?
Just one time
Okay.
to start. And again, if the board loves it and we want to look at extending it, we can
Yeah.
definitely do that.
Mhm.
But he says that to come in for 45 minutes,
No.
it's not going to get any traction. So he said 3 to 4 hours. So I don't want to attach it to a meeting
Too much.
or a work session because then it turns into a 6-7 hour process
It's
and it's too much.
Yeah, I agree.
So what he gave as dates, he can be here as early as next week. He has some times after 1 o'clock on June the 22nd. Anytime that the board is available on June the 23rd.
Okay, one second,
Oh.
what are those dates again?
Okay.
Those don't work for me. You guys can do it without me, but
Oh, no.
I think we all have to be there.
so I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
yeah, that's what we're just working forward.
Okay, so
I have a wedding, so
Okay.
on both of those days.
When we're looking, he gave some dates in July and on my calendar, I don't have it up, but I don't know exactly when our work session is. If the board would like to designate the work session,
Our work session is
July
Tuesday, July 13th.
okay, he proposed July 7th in the evening or late afternoon or evening of July 8th. He has. And so again, if the board would like to reschedule the work session for that week and just say our work session is going to be the training, we
Is it a
could.
day or night time? Because Corinne works.
not on the 8th.
Okay, and then Joellen,
He said evening of the 7th or late afternoon or evening of the 8th.
I could do the 8th.
what does Joellen work? Joellen, do you work during the day in the summer?
Yes, I work every day.
Okay, so,
What time in the afternoon are you proposing?
yeah, so days might not work for Joellen.
He didn't actually put a time in. He just said late afternoon or evening. So I would say typical work session time would probably qualify as late afternoon or evening.
The seventh is better for me, but you can't do the 7th,
I
right? You
can't do
work.
the 7th. I can do the 8th though.
Okay,
I can do the 8th.
I can do the 8th in lieu of having a work session on the 15th.
Well, we have to do Mr. Stefanik's review, so we're gonna have to fit that in somewhere, because it's due the end of July.
I don't have my calendar with me. I didn't realize I was going to be needing dates. So
We have the 26th of July.
until I verify my calendar, I
26th?
can't commit.
Yeah, of July for Mr. Stefanik's.
It's another meeting you're saying?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a
that's our
regular
other meeting in July.
He
I always
also-
hate just push, because you know how things are, I remember that one year,
Right.
it took a month. Just
I
kept changing,
agree, I
changing,
agree.
changing.
But
It
that
took
would,
forever.
but if you put on the 26th, that forces us,
Yeah,
it's
if,
gotta be done.
It was late that year. We didn't get it done on time.
just further, I didn't think we'd get this far down the list, but if we need to go down the list, he also gave the 21st or the 24th of July as possible dates as well.
Hang on one more time, the 20.
21 or 24.
We could do 21. if
And
that
he
makes it
didn't,
better.
and he didn't put anything on there about afternoon or evening on those dates.
The 21st works a lot better for me than July 8th.
Let's do the 21st. Is that good for you, Ann? I'm sorry.
July 21st?
Yes,
Yeah,
but Simon doesn't know, but well, if he can't do it, we'll reschedule it.
Yeah. And then what about
Ms.
July's schedule?
Heatherly, 21st of July,
What time? She asked what time.
I can come earlier than 5. I can probably come at 4, but again, I would ask that we then cancel the 15th work session.
I'm not comfortable trying to get Mr. Stefanik's review done with also I don't know how full the July board meeting's gonna be. Mr. Stefanik, do you?
I don't have a template up yet.
Okay, I have to go to July from last year. Usually July is, I want to say fairly light.
Yeah, my.
Typically July,
I don't want to have a big personnel piece then.
yeah, June and July are typically the lighter ones.
I want those done in June.
Yeah, I really have no interest in doing 2 meetings either.
I mean, I don't want to, but it's
I don't
important to get his
think
review done,
I don't
you
think
know?
it's required. I think I can do the 21st of July most likely. But I need to confirm it.
So,
I do not want to do the July 13th meeting if we're not, or 15th meeting if we're going to be doing the
yeah, I
21st.
mean, I don't want to either, but we, you know, our
Let me rephrase, I don't think it's necessary. I think we can fit it in.
we need to get Mr. Stefanik's review done, and as board president, I take pride in last year and this year it will be on time, right? We got it done on time last year, which was not always the norm, so.
I'll tell you where I'm at. I really, really think developing our board is super important.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And
I do too.
I don't think that we can miss it. Also, of course, your evaluation lets you know how we feel about your performance.
Mhm.
I don't think if we know we're gonna go into a 5-hour training, Joellen's been working all day.
Right,
Not sure we could get there any earlier to do it that day unless we come at
fair.
like 4. No, wait, Joellen, what time did you say you could be there on the 21st?
I can be there at 4.
So if
Are we
we're
talking about the 21st of June or July?
We're looking at July
July.
21st right now, which is a Wednesday.
I can be there at 4.
So those of us who can be here, if we have 3 people that can get here at 3 and complete the review,
And yeah, and try to have it established that we know.
good idea.
and then have it established, so then we're not paying for that extra day, we're giving, we're trying to make it work. I'll take a day from work, I'll use one of my days.
I don't want you to take a day.
It's not that, I'm volunteering it,
Oh,
I'm volunteering
You have
it
to do
because
that.
it's important and we have to do it, yeah.
So are you saying that the training starts at 4?
Yeah, and we can
Or
come
the
in
training
at
starts at
3.
5?
The training starts at 4, Joellen can commit to 4.
Right,
And we'll come in an hour before that and make sure that your evaluation is on track to be voted on
I
the
can come
26th.
in for that as well.
yeah, we'll work that out as a board, but we need to get it done.
Okay, so I wrote down July 21st at 4 o'clock.
4 PM.
Joellen, you okay with that?
That's fine. And
Okay.
then we're canceling the 15th.
So
One more
really,
time, say it one more time.
In
Are we
lieu of-
canceling
in
the
lieu of
work
the
session
15th.
on the 13th?
Yes,
Yeah, I guess we're gonna cancel that, so sure, let me get that off my calendar.
and when we're saying July 21st, we're saying 3 PM for the
If you
evaluation
can make
portion.
Yeah, if we can help you
3
get that
PM
done.
if you can make it for the evaluation draft, and then the training starts at 4.
Okay, July 21st, great.
Thank you, thank you.
Did you say 3 or 4 hours, 4 to 8? 4 to 8, let's just say 4 to 8,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. If you can get done in 3 or
All
3.5 hours, then you get out early.
Yeah, sure. Gotcha. Okay, is there any further discussion on board development, Mr. Stefanik?
Nope, that's it for now.
Okay. So now we have item 4A, executive session. Adjourn to executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and ORC 121.22G1 to consider the employment of public employees or officials and to consider complaints against a public employee or official. The board is going to invite Mr. Stefanik into part of the executive session, and there is an anticipation that there could be action taken. Looking for a motion in a second.
I'll move.
Moved by Mrs. Dahl and seconded by
I'll second.
Mrs. Zakor. Dahl and Zakor.
Do the vote.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Corinne Dahl,
Yes.
Vice President Zakor,
Yes.
President Dunaway,
Yes.
Joellen Heatherly,
Yes.
and Simon Patrick.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. So we will take a 5-minute recess and redo all of the meetings and let's start executive session at probably 6:15. So make sure this turns red.
Yeah,
That's off.
Yeah, we're gonna plug it into
Yeah.
my computer and
Good? Good, okay. It's 9:45. I'm going to declare us back into executive session. Oh, sorry. It's been a long night. It is 9:45, and I'm now going to declare us back into regular session. And we did discuss a complaint against a public official. And I would like to open the floor. Is there any discussion? No? Okay. No discussion. All righty. So with that being said, I usually read our next regular meetings. They're not on here. So our next board meeting is June 28th. Hang on one second, I gotta pull my phone. So our next Board of Education meeting is Monday, June 28th. And we did schedule what else did we schedule? The 21st?
July.
Yeah, July 21st, we will be having a board development. And then our regular scheduled board meeting for July is Monday, July 26th. So looking for a motion and a second to adjourn.
I move.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dowell and Mrs. Zakor. Thank you. Oh, you're good. We're still blue.
Melanie, don't you have to call the roll?
Yep, she's right.
We have Grandal,
Yes.
Vice President Zakor,
Yes.
President Dunaway.
Yes?
Simon Patry,
Yes.
Joellen Heatherly.
Motion carries, meeting adjourned. Thank you. I'll tell you when it's red, Melanie.
Simon